Excuse me.
It's church place.
Well, that's what I was thinking, why is it out?
Just a second.
All right, at 9:13, we'll call a delayed start to the commissioners' meeting. Pledge of allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It looks like we have an unexpected full house here, so we'll go ahead and get this cleared up. I'd like to limit this. We do have county business to get to before our first guest comes in at 10 o'clock. So we need a half hour to do that, so if we can just limit this to 15 minutes. I don't know what's coming here, but we'll go ahead and open it up. Who would like to start?
Well, I'm the president of the Township Association. We called a meeting last Thursday evening concerning this senior citizen levy. Had the input from the Adelphi crew, which wasn't invited when the Chillicothe crew came in a few weeks ago or whatever. But anyway, we got information from him. Very alarming situation. So we're disappointed that I guess I changed mine. I guess we're disappointed that when the commissioners signed the agreement, there wasn't some pressure put on to do some reorganization down there. So I'm not going to get into particulars. I'm just getting into what we voted on. We voted on either to correct the situation with the Bainbridge and the Adelphi situation, or our desire is to kill the levy as much as possible. We've done that in the health department and corrected it, so that's our desire. That was our vote.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's all we got to say.
We have had several meetings with the Senior Citizen Center in depth on how they could cut costs, how they can service the Bainbridge and the Adelphi locations. I do want to point out they do run Meals on Wheels out there. Just in August, Bainbridge was 1,181 miles, and Adelphi and Hallsville were 753 miles. So it's not like there's no attempt to service those areas, but they need to have a staff of their own there like Londonderry does. And there's kind of a reluctance there to do that. But we feel that they are meeting the needs. They're asking everything that should be done in the contract. They are providing that information to us every month. We're watching their finances closely, and we continue to work towards some sort of resolution with Bainbridge and Adelphi. That includes getting a food license, which is mandatory by the state of Ohio, and the Senior Center has offered to pay for that. It's getting the volunteers and the people in the centers to step up and take the responsibility of running those two locations. Because, you know, when you look at this, the baby boomer generation that is retiring just continues to grow. It's larger now than it was when this levy originated. And also, the price has gone up. Everybody knows the price has gone up. So I know that there's other indicators that you're concerned with about certain ways the money is spent in there. And, you know, as commissioners, we have no control over that. We don't micromanage them. They don't report to us in an authority. They're a separate entity that reports to a board. And whatever decisions that board makes, we respect that.
Okay.
So, you know, the alternative to this is sort of like the property tax thing. If you take property taxes away, everything just goes away. And we need these services in Ross County, the senior citizens services that they provide. I've been there for lunch on occasion, and I see the fellowship happening, I see the camaraderie, and I agree, we need that in all villages.
Sure.
So we're going to continue to work towards that and work with them on that. But throwing the bathwater out with the baby, we don't see the sense in that.
Well, I think we all agreed if it wasn't corrected in Bainbridge and Delphi where they could open up centers, that would be our desire. Or that was a majority of the vote, so.
Here you go, Jim.
The lady from Adelphi has a lot of information that I don't have. Emails on and on and on where she tried to contact Jody with no response. Salaries jumping from $33,000 from 2013, in 4 years, the salaries jumped from up to $33,000 increase. So I don't think
We
that.
haven't had a raise at the center, no one has, since 2022. That was the
That includes the
last,
2026 budget. There's
since
no raise.
2022, yes. And we go into all parts of Ross County. We sent Libby a check for the, made out to the Ross County Health Department to get her license and all the information that she needed to get it. We haven't heard from her, the check hasn't been cashed, so therefore she hasn't applied for the license. Bainbridge has a license,
Okay.
so,
So they've made progress.
yes,
Okay.
and we have no problem doing this. They just aren't. You know, everybody has rules. We have rules that come down from the state. We have rules from the county. We have rules from area agency. And everyone that gets a service, we have a signature on that. That has to be, it goes into a database. There's a lot of things that have to be done that people don't realize. And we work very hard. We've worked for years. Jody's been there 38 years. I've been there 37 years. And Jim, you know me.
Sure.
You know me. I wouldn't do anything to hurt a senior citizen.
I don't think anybody has any intention of hurting senior citizens.
You
but-
do if you don't vote for it.
Yeah.
If you don't get any money from it or any kind of revenue from it, we don't get anything from any of it.
You get services. You get services.
Do you know how many seniors there is in the county that qualify from 60 and up? Do you guys know? You guys know?
It's probably 20,000.
24,000. 9,000 of it is in Chillicothe where all the money goes.
No, it
Now-
doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Okay.
We haven't received any money in.
I'm just saying, you spread it out over the people, the money, and that, hey, it's a country club down there. It's great. I see it, but
Well, you know
get out in
what?
the country, it's not that way.
All that furniture that's there, I bought that furniture. The
Can you make any
chairs
count?
that's in,
You got it.
the chairs that's in the, that was my furniture that I donated.
Okay.
I didn't go out and buy it for them. I donated it.
What's the payroll? 300,000? Because you and the director makes almost 200.
Yes, and we've been there for.
Well, what's that time got?
But
to
we,
do?
when all this started and we didn't get the money, Jody and I both lowered our wages.
How
Just so everybody could get paid.
How much you guys make as commissioners?
Public record, the county commissioners make here about $65,000.
$65,000, and the director makes $115,000 to run that? That seems a little
And
bit out of line to you?
we do a lot of work with that, JD, a
Okay,
lot.
I'm listening, but I just.
It goes to the people.
the-
Well, look what they make in
It does?
Adelphi. How much does she make in Adelphi?
What?
How much does she make in Adelphi, the administrator? She makes
She
about
does, she said the
70,000.
last- No, she said set right
It says
here.
on public record, it's about 70,000, and that's a small village, and her husband makes about the same. So you can't, you know, that right there's 120-something thousand right there.
Hold on, well, here, hold on. I'm just gonna take a second to take some control of this conversation, because this room is not a place where we're just meant to talk across each other. We're here for business, okay? We can sit and talk about how much everybody makes. If everybody wants to raise their hand real quick, we can tell you what you wanna tell me your salary, anybody else? Here's the deal. Here's the deal. We got an issue, all right? There used to be service in Hallsville and Adelphi. There's not anymore. That ended around 2020. I think, for the most part, and I'm not going to speak for these other two gentlemen up here, but I think generally the commissioners have said there needs to be service resumed in Adelphi and Bainbridge. The Senior Citizen Center put together a proposal. I think that was the reference that you made earlier, Jim, when you said that there wasn't folks invited. We were having a discussion that day with the senior citizens about what they were going to do with the senior citizens group, what their plans were to do with Hallsville and Adelphi. I don't think that this plan is finalized. I think I said that in that meeting, and that my expectation is that the senior citizens group will resume service in Hallsville and Adelphi. If they don't, then there needs to be a view toward changing something, in my opinion. Now, I'm 1/3 of that board, of this board. Here's the other question, and why I think reforming that in the middle of the conversation that we're having now is not an appropriate time. I've been very transparent about that. I met with folks in Bainbridge just less than a month ago, or right about a month ago, shared my thoughts about that. Mr. Hatfield, I don't know what you were referencing earlier with the contract. It may have been the delayed payments that didn't get made. We have an opinion from the prosecutor that those payments had to have been made when they were made. So that really didn't have bearing on the discussion. But I think what's happening here is a good thing, okay? The Township Trustees Association has listened to their constituents about the fact that they feel the service provided that's being delivered by the senior citizens is inadequate. That's why we have a levy ballot. It's for you to decide. You're engaging in that. If you've made a point that says we're not going to support that levy initiative, that's your right. And actually, I think that is a valuable thing for you to provide to your constituents. And to the same end, same with the senior citizens group. You all need to go to your constituents. This is an election, and it's going to be answered here in November. If the levy fails, we're going to be having a completely different discussion about Hallsville and Adelphi, and we're probably going to be having a completely different discussion about what's happening in Chillicothe. So I appreciate everyone's time and their engagement in these issues. I think it's a valuable thing for you all to make your voice heard. And I didn't mean to come across as rough here. It's not productive for us to go back and forth with one another in this room.
Well, David,
So-
I'm not here, I'm just passing the message. That's what we voted on. It's not my message, it's a message from the trustees association. That's their desire. If something don't change for Bainbridge and Adelphia location, they're not in favor of promoting the levy. I'm just passing the message. So, salaries, I think they're not very transparent from what I'm just starting on this, I don't know, but I will get all of it eventually. I'm a little slow, a little old, but I'll get it. We don't have a list of the board members or how they're appointed. Is it a public appointment, or how we doing board members? That's how all this starts and how the organization starts. Is this person really qualified to do what she's doing? What's her qualifications for doing what she does? So I'm just passing a message. I just call the meetings together and pass a message, and that's what we decided. So, that's my statement.
I just got a couple of questions. Twin Township, one thing, I went to the meeting and there's a couple of things that concern me, and I'll just leave it at that. One thing is, this is public money, correct? Because are we allowed to see where they spend the money? Because what I heard, now this is all hearsay, but what I heard is we've requested that, and they say it's private money, we're not allowed to see that. That concerns me. The other thing is Meals on Wheels. I love what they're doing with Meals on Wheels. But the thing that bothers me is they're providing us with Meals on Wheels and thinks that's the fix. The centers need money and they can't get it. That's the things that concern me.
Okay. Well, I think that.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, commissioners, and I'm just the messenger.
We'll continue to work towards fulfillment of getting service in Bainbridge and Adelphi. And I'm sure that the senior center will comply with that. So just consider the alternative if it doesn't happen in time for the election. But we will give you updates as to our progress. How's that?
Thanks, Jack.
Okay.
Thanks, David.
Thank you, folks, for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're going to continue on with the meeting. If we could ask for quiet in here.
You're fine, you're fine.
You know, that's go back in March. Back spell. Bill 14 days. Had
Yeah.
not fund this stuff.
Yes, it is.
But
this point,
Okay, bills for the week. We could have quieter, please. Bills for the week, $717,684.93. Of that was $42,565 was for road repair. $10,574 were for juvenile court, lighthouse youth services. And we have some of that on our then and now. So we're going to have the total there. HCPP money, grant money, $525,041. And then Sheriff's Department sent $57,000.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. We'll start this meeting at 10. Or 9:30.
9:30 today.
We have 10 o'clock.
I think we're gonna bump up to We'll go ahead and bump up the rotation since everybody's here. Is Luke gonna make?
Yes, he said he might just be a minute or two behind, but to go ahead and start.
Is David coming? Jeffers. Is this land bank?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. He's usually here. I don't know if he's coming today. We might just give him a minute.
He may be on that 10 o'clock schedule too.
The analysis?
I
We'll
do.
look at that since Luke is here. $49,204.74. $31,000 economic development grant.
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Got transfer of funds from the general fund, the dog and kennel license fund to fund a shortage from the dog license fees of $85,000.
Say that again now.
From the general fund to the dog warden, for dog and kennel fees. Do you want to hold off on that and call 188 and all that?
Yes.
What, you didn't have that in the budget?
Yeah. That $85,000 is kind of, it's September.
Yeah, that's for the balance of the year.
Yeah.
Ross County Prosecutor, from the, to transfer funds from the general fund to the prosecutor's equipment fund, from the equipment fund to other expenses. Additional funds are needed to cover upcoming expenses that were higher than expected of $4,420.01.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. This is from, within litter control, transfer funds from recycling costs to group insurance. The account was over budget by $3,610. This is an interdepartment transfer.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sheriff's Office to the law enforcement complex, contract services, $40,000 to medical. This is to cover medical expenses that's coming from their contract services.
So moved.
Move second.
Yeah, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Transfer of funds from the treasurer's office for PERS to advertising and printing. Backwards. This should be from advertising and printing to PERS to fund the insurance through the rest of the year of $3,300.
So moved with
The change.
revisions. Pending revisions.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sarah, you're gonna have to get it signed to Dave Jeffers and have this switched. Juvenile court, transfer between funds for CASA, from training expenses to miscellaneous account of $750.
So moved.
All in favor, say aye. Mr. Mayor, how are you today?
I'm good. Happy Monday, everybody. Sorry I'm late.
Continue this after the land bank meeting.
I'm not sure if Treasurer.
Do we have a motion now?
Jeffers? Is that what you said? Okay.
Except for the calendar invite, but he's not downstairs.
Okay. You still have a quorum,
Go on downstairs, see if Jeffers is going to come.
Wes is the only other one not here. Six.
It's 5 total, right? Okay. All right, call the meeting to order. The minutes of our previous meeting have been circulated. And everybody's had a chance to review those. I'll entertain a motion to approve them.
My copy did not have a copy of these minutes. Was that with the agenda?
It went out
Yeah, wait a
on
minute,
Thursday
it's
or
on the back
Friday.
of
We passed
the,
those out.
Huntington Bank sheet. What happened when we put two sides? I got it.
You got it.
Hey, it's Sarah upstairs.
They're right here.
I'm right here. There he is, thank you.
Morning. It's at 10 on our agenda.
It says 10 o'clock on our agenda.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Does everybody get out? I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't have been late.
Hey, we're flexible.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, we know something's off.
It's usually at 10, but for some reason, the last one, we logged it at 9:30 in the minutes, and that's what the calendar invite went out as, so I apologize.
No, no worries. We're good. All right, minutes are in front of you. Once you get a chance to review them, I'll entertain a motion to approve them. It's from May 19th.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. All right, second on the agenda is the treasurer's report.
So you have last April's and then the August bank reconciliation attached to the stuff that was provided, and the current cash balance is $108,000, with the majority of that being brought in from the state of Ohio from the Brownfield grant. And that's pretty much it. Not a lot going on with the financials.
We will have some invoices for our brownfield work that's been going on, and some recent work for the demo grant, so we will have some deduction out of that pretty soon.
I'll make a motion to accept the treasurer's report.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Let's have it. Thank you. All right, old business. Tricia, I'm gonna let you take it from here. Old business.
So since our last meeting, we did officially get our grant agreement from the state, so that's exciting. We were waiting for like a year for that. So we could finally make some movement. All of our demo grant properties have received an asbestos survey, and so we're waiting on all of the official reports to come back for all of those to figure out if there's an indeed asbestos that needs to be abated before demo. The first batch of demo properties has gone out to bid. We're just waiting to award those shortly, and then the rest of the demo properties will go out to bid probably within the next 2 weeks or so. So they'll all be bid out, and so we can make some movement forward. The Brownfield grant project, Jen from Tetra Tech, I think, is here. So she can give a kind of a more probably in-depth update, but that will be moving along and should be able to be wrapped up by the end of the year. So Jen, I'll let you.
Yeah, so we awarded the contract to Buckeye Elm. We'll be taking TCLP samples this week for disposal of the soil. So we're hoping to get, the equipment in the end of next week.
And just as a reminder, this is the lot that is directly west of the transit facility on 7th Street. Big open lot. Full remediation on that, right? It's gonna be a lot of dirt.
We're going to be moving a lot of dirt, and we actually have a call tomorrow with the Ohio EPA. We're consulting with them because of the approach to cleanup and its proposed end use. So we'll be moving a lot of dirt. You're going to get some big invoices from that. Yeah.
It's $1 million project.
Yeah, $800,000.
Yeah. And just as a reminder for all of us, this money was the per county state allocation, and the legislature approved a similar process for next year. So we will have a per county. Ross County will have a set aside that's not competitive, and on top of that, there'll be competitive money. So any conversations that we've had related to Pixel side or any of that will be likely on top of, or we would have them set aside that we could use,
but there's also competitive money on top of that.
Anything else, Jen?
That's it.
So you'll see dirt moving there. Gabriel, do you want to give an update for tax foreclosure?
There aren't a whole lot of specifics other than the normal process is continuing. Over the summer, we have filed a number of new foreclosures. We took a number of properties through the sheriff's sales. There were quite a few sales, quite a few that didn't. Other than that, I think the pertinent matters that are up for discussion are followed under new business, so we can get to those in a few minutes.
Okay. Any questions about old business? Okay, we'll move on to new business. We did have a conversation, just an initial conversation with attorney Jeff Harris from Bricker Graydon to look at offering some consultation legal services, and they issued us an engagement letter. I might pass it to you to see.
Yeah. So we had reached out to the prosecutor earlier in the year, and the prosecutor serves as the statutory representative for this board of commissioners. It is not explicit in the statutes whether or not the prosecutor is the attorney for the land bank. So we reached out to we have an ongoing, as Ross County does as well, relationship with Bricker Graydon, and reached out to Bricker Graydon to figure out if they could provide us some of the same services. We don't bog down county prosecutor's office. One of those, the acute area that we need assistance on right now is the money that the city allocated to the land bank that was ARPA money for home repair, affordability program, and life skills programming. That was $350,000. And so we have drafted an MOU between the city and the land bank. And we also will need ongoing advice on using that ARPA money. Mr. Harris created this scope for us. We think that it will be useful not only related to the ARPA programming and that $350,000, but Bricker Graydon represents something like 13 other land banks. And so we think there'll be some scale there, and then nothing, we don't pile up on the prosecutor's office for any more. So
Interrupt you real quick, so that would help like the land bank process go quicker? Is that what that's for?
Let's do this. Let's I'll get through this part and then we can open up for conversation.
Perfect.
And so but basically what we would have is an attorney on retainer for advice. We have confirmed with him that the $350K that was allocated by the city to land bank, that $350K can be used to pay attorney fees. So that's the big question. Bricker Graydon attorneys are not cheap, and we want to make sure that that was covered in budget. And then other grants have admin money, and on a case-by-case basis, we would review and make sure that we can use that allocation. So how about if we open it up for conversation from the board, and then I'll open it up to any public questions.
Yeah, I just want to point out this is a good move because we don't have a real estate attorney per se on the prosecutor's office, and it has been our intent to beef up the law enforcement of the area through the sheriff's department and the jail, and also in the judicial offices because we have a third court coming to Ross County Common Pleas Court, and that's going to be more focused on criminal cases. So the shift of our prosecutor's office is going to probably shift on more towards criminal prosecution than civil cases. And the third courtroom, I think, is going to be reserved exclusively for civil cases. The main courts are going to be criminal cases. So, you know, this death of the officer out at RCI Christmas last year woke a lot of people up. Not that they were necessarily asleep, but they realized the full brunt of the dangers in the prisons and how few of those cases are prosecuted. So that's our effort to try and sustain that up. So, good move on.
I think this will help supplement all that. We're just talking about bringing on an attorney to represent the land bank instead of having to rely on the prosecutor's office. Any other comments, questions from the board?
I wonder, just throw this out there, maybe this is something we can do some research on. We've recently engaged with Bricker and Graydon for environmental and real estate consultation, particularly related to the paper mill, but they're going to be, if they have not already, engaged with the land bank in some capacity. I wonder if there's reference that we can make to the engagement letter that we have, Jack, to see if we can piggyback our existing engagement with the land bank in some capacity, likely going to be the same individuals and only have a degree of separation here between the jurisdictions and entities involved. So
I think with Jeff Harris is more of a commercial real estate in Austin. Is a more of a no, I'm sorry. Jeff Harris is more of a residential, and Austin's more of a commercial. And there are different kind of rules to those games. So.
At some level, we can at least let them know that there's some level of coordination that we want to guarantee.
Yeah.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And there might even be a conflict waiver scenario, but I think that because the county is a member statutorily of the land bank, that should preclude any conflict situations. But I think that if nothing else, sometimes within those bigger firms, one attorney doesn't know the others representing similar clients. So we put them on notice of that and make sure that paper mill, for example, that anything, any communication related to brownfield remediation that one hand is talking to make sure the other is CC'd on it at the very least. I
think maybe that's my point, if we make sure that
firm up the coordination.
Right, sure.
I agree. All right, comments from the public.
Holly?
Well, I mean, ours is kind of new business anyway, but that's kind of, I don't want a different spectrum than really, that's
Sure.
it's kind of the umbrella.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking at a small piece of that.
Okay.
So, and to hear that is happening is appreciated, honestly, because understaffing and under people that can work and do the things slows every process down.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I'm good with that.
Any other comments from the public on this? If not, I will entertain a motion to authorize us to enter into a representation agreement with Bricker Graydon.
I'll make that motion.
A second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, we're going to get into property acquisitions. Tricia, do you want to take us through one at a time these individual properties?
So there are 3 properties on the agenda here that have gone to sheriff's sale through action of the county treasurer and county prosecutor's office. They did not sell through the sheriff's auction twice, and so process tells us if they go through twice and don't sell, then other interested parties or entities would then have option to acquire those properties. And the land bank is one of those entities. So they are currently, Gabriel, correct me if I'm misspeaking, they're currently sitting at the prosecutor's office, and so if the land bank is interested in pursuing, Gabriel's office can start that process. And so I can take you through these 3 properties, just kind of give you the rundown if that's helpful. The 0 Western Avenue property came up because the same owner owns a property in Kingston that is on our demolition grant list. And so as we were researching that property, since it's the same owner, this property came up. It does have back taxes of $8,600 or so. We do know that an adjacent property owner is interested in this one. It is, if you flip through, I put some very basic maps together just to kind of show you where it is. And so this is kind of across the street there from the service center on Western Avenue. There are no current structures on it. The adjacent property owner, where this property backs up, then that property owner is interested. So she, I don't know, for whatever reason missed the sheriff auction, and so she didn't have the opportunity at that point, I guess. But if we're interested in accepting that property and then selling it to that property owner, that could be an option. The next one is 370 McKellar. This one is in town in Chillicothe. This one does have a home on it, and there's kind of the picture enclosed is one I took just last week, so it's pretty recent. There are back taxes, $7,400. I have not as yet confirmed if there's water on, if there's any electric to the property at this point, but it is an option. Would be new for the land bank in that there's a structure on it. It could be something that we, through future grant funding, fix up and are able to sell then for a reasonable price as a home. So that could be an opportunity for the land bank. And then there is 244 Church Street in Roxabelle with back taxes of $7,400 or so. This one is unique. We've talked about Roxabelle a couple of times. The picture there will show it in the blue square, and then the same owner owns the two adjacent parcels in the red. However, those two adjacent parcels did not, the foreclosure movement didn't happen for those two, just the one in blue. So it's a little unique there. I think that there's maybe a mobile home on the property currently, and so that's what I know about that one. So I guess discussion if the land bank is interested in pursuing any of those properties. If we take those on, the taxes and is then wiped because it didn't go through the sheriff auction twice. The land bank takes it on, the titles are cleared and all of that. And so 0 Western Avenue, we could very well kind of just get that back on the tax roll and back into useful purpose as far as with somebody that might want to do something with it. McKellar has a property as it has a structure on it that eventually we could look at upgrading and selling. And then the Roxabelle property, I'll open it up for discussion.
And just to clarify the process, so the revised code basically says that certain entities, once there's two foreclosure sales, doesn't sell. If I understand it correctly, those properties, the prosecutor's office generates a letter, and certain entities, including like school districts, land bank, and some others, are given the chance to sort of say, we'll take it. Which is how we acquired 2 or 3 lots in the Kensington subdivision at one point. Those went to sheriff's sale, nobody bought them. I got a letter, so we'll take them. And we got them and we sold them, and that's the only time we've been through that process before. I don't think that, I don't recall if we are at the front of the line for that process or not, but I think that today's action would be if and when the opportunity presented itself. When that letter was generated, then we would say we're interested. It doesn't necessarily guarantee we're getting them, I don't think.
Right.
But we're basically looking to.
Yeah, and that was the purpose in getting it on today's agenda, to get some.
Formalize the interest.
Yeah, as it is, we're not yet at the point where the forfeiture process is yet occurring. The court has to send out the notices, and then the parties that could get it through the forfeiture process then have to petition the court, and that hasn't happened yet. So that's the purpose for this being on the agenda today, so that once the time comes, that we can kind of help the process along.
I mean, I think that Western Avenue for us is a really obvious one.
We do have an interested party, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So I
And
can't see a good reason
it's a
why
good
not.
sized lot as well. Even if we didn't have an interested party, it would be one that we could, is developable, I think. And then I think from, my take on McKellar is, there's two possibilities there. One is that, we do have some of this rehab money coming through. It would be a great one, if possible, to rehab and get back to market. And if we assessed it to be one that could not be rehabbed, then we would have control of it and we could use the next round of demo money to demo it. So that's an obvious one for me. The Roxabo one, I'm less informed on our ability to get that back into productive use, mostly because I think it's sort of the surrounding landowners. The adjacent property owner is the same property owner as what was recently foreclosed. Do we know if those other two parcels are headed to foreclosure?
Gabriel, do you
There
have
were
any-
3 parcels that were foreclosed on, and there's an adjacent lot that's under different ownership.
Okay.
So it was actually 3 that we moved on.
It is 3, okay. So I wonder if it's the 3 that are, if it's the blue and the 2 red.
Yeah, the one that you see kind of on that block that's not highlighted is a different owner. And so maybe we check to see if the 2 in red were indeed
We're actually
foreclosed on, and if they are moving towards a sheriff's sale at all.
Do we know if anybody else out there wants these, or have we don't know?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know.
I know somebody wants the one at Roxville.
I was about to say, I might know a guy.
The only risk, and I would say risk, but as soon as we acquire, we're maintaining. And I think that that's probably we're mowing, we're clearing, that sort of stuff. But if we think that it's marketable, if somebody's gonna purchase, then, or if it helps the community, helps the neighborhood by us acquiring it.
Udi, would you take one parcel, or would you prefer to have all 3? Should we check on the other 2 parcels, see if they're going through foreclosure?
See, there's 3, there may be 4 or maybe 5, because the one parcel that we looked at, that you guys looked at through the land bank, that's like 25 by 50, that owns by a guy in Arizona by the last name of Wells, I think, that wants to give that parcel to the land bank. Am I correct?
Yes, it's so skinny that
Yes.
we've kind of.
Right. And then you have the other properties that's, they're part of Church Street address. But then there's another property, that lady's been dead for 50 years. This still remains. That's down there. But the thing is the purchase would like to, everything is down there. Not just.
Is the skinny lot adjacent to these?
Yes.
It's, yeah, just on the other side
It's
of.
just west of that, west of the property.
Would it make sense to say, go ahead, Dave.
I was just about to say, even if we got the skinny lot plus all 3 of these that are highlighted, we still don't have that corner lot.
Right.
So still not entirely a complete property in that scenario.
I'm not sure if
I don't know
that
how
was
to
the
talk
one
to that, so.
she might be deceased. I'm not
I think
sure.
you might be talking about the skinny parcel here.
The skinny parcel was beside the.
Yeah, that's Larry Wells.
That's
He
the
was
That's Larry
gentleman.
Wells.
That's Larry Wells, and then,
This is a female, I think, owner, but I'm not sure if she's alive or not.
what's that?
So the one in the.
The one in the corner?
Yeah.
She's dead. Been
Okay.
dead for
Is she?
50 years.
Okay.
Okay.
And it's just on her name then?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Yeah. Well, and the same one with the 3 parcels up there. Them people have been dead for 15 years.
Yeah, just,
Well, it seems to me that on these, I mean, we are in a position to help. It's not gonna make our lives too much more of a headache. The main thing would be the mowing or the clearing of the lot, and then getting it back to the marketplace. That's my gut reaction, especially if you got an adjacent one. We get the whole corner. We don't know the status of that last one that's not highlighted.
The last I checked, there was not a delinquency on that, but I have to double check.
Well, we can take these individually, or we can take them as a motion for all of them. I think the motion would be to, once the forfeiture process takes place, for us to express our interest in acquiring one, two, or all three, and we can do it individual, or we can do it as a slate.
I'll make a motion that we take a look at all three for inclusion.
Okay. Any further discussion on those? All right, we have a motion to express our interest in the forfeiture process to the three properties identified on the agenda. And I'll clarify that 244 Church will, the motion will include any parcel that is a part of the forfeiture process adjacent to that address. So it could be 1, 2, 3, it could be multiple parcels. So we have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. All right, Clarksburg, let's talk about gas stations.
So the Jordan gas station is one that has come up a few times. We've used, this is a, by look, just from looking, it's a vacant parcel. The gas station is gone, it's just a concrete space, really. Ellen Jordan is widowed and would like to be rid of the property. We have used brownfield grants to do phase 1 and phase 2 testing. As we know, it's an old gas station and need to see if there's contamination. Was found to not have any leakage or contamination to the soil, which is like best case scenario. Could be something lingering below the tanks, but would be unsure of that until something else was done with it. Ellen is interested in donating it to the land bank. I believe she has filled out the donation paperwork with the treasurer's office. And so there are some back taxes, just under $4,000 on that one. In discussion with Ohio Department of Development and Tetra Tech, best foot forward is to remove those underground storage tanks that we know are there. Just for safety reasons, EPA reasons, get it cleared up and green the space is best foot forward. And whoever is the owner would be considered the responsible entity for that to happen. So if we were to accept this property, that would be kind of best foot forward. Certainly would be potential for grant funding to do that in the future. Ultimately, the mayor of Clarksburg would really like to see that go back to the village to become a veterans memorial, small kind of parklet. They have plans, they'd love to put like a gazebo there with some memorial items. So that would be, potential end use for it. And there certainly could be grant funding to help clean it up at some point in the future. We know that might not be fast, but getting it into the land bank's hands officially would make that much easier to pursue. So, discussion if they're interested in that or not.
Do we know what happens to the taxes?
103.
I believe the taxes are wiped. If it's donated to the land bank, the taxes have been cleared.
That's what I understand. So it actually gets turned to the auditor's office on the donation is right. Yeah, I can't think of a good reason not to. This has been one that we've been trying to do something with for years at this point. We do have a good end use. We've got brownfield grant funding, likely we should probably pursue for anything up. I can't think of a good reason why not. Make a motion to accept the donation.
Motion, do I have a second?
I'll second since we're the only ones doing the action today.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept 10903 Main Street, the Jordan gas station in Clarksburg. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. All right. Upcoming demolition and brownfield grant opportunity.
Really, so just a couple comments on this one. The state has already appropriated funds for both the demo program and the brownfield grant program. Moving forward, there will be county set-aside money for both of those programs. The brownfield set-aside will be at that $1 million price point or funding point, and the demo set aside will be, has traditionally, the last several years been 500,000. Not as much money was appropriated from the state, so we're looking at a smaller amount moving forward, just so you're aware. Additional guidance is gonna come out on that probably within October, November timeframe. And I'm told applications could possibly open by the end of the year. I would be surprised about that, but it's possible. So if we know of vacant and blighted properties where the owners would be interested in voluntarily pursuing demolition or cleanup action, now would be a great time to start collecting all the information we're going to need for our next application.
So the big takeaway there is get us the addresses, right? Get them, we get.
And ownership contact info if you have.
And we can never have too many, because a lot of times what's been happening is let's say we have 30 houses, we send out a notice, this thing's gonna be torn down, people pull permits to start working on it. So that doesn't mean it's not working, it just means that 30 turns into 20 pretty fast, and we'd like to have a bunch, because we can actually start that sort of aggressive sort of, yeah, this is gonna be torn down before we even submit the application, see who's gonna actually be responsive and start working beforehand. So the more addresses, the better, so we have a nice full list. Okay, I can open it up for any other new business. Does the board have any other new business to discuss before we open it up for public comment?
Did the land bank handle the service center demolition for them? We appreciate the prompt action on that.
Yeah, that worked out pretty well. Yeah, that was 2 years, no, a year now. I can't remember when we first. There was a lot of issues with parcels and trying to figure out previous work that was done. So that was good. Again, good use of that grant. Good use of the land bank for the community. All right. If there's not any other board comment, anybody in the public wants to offer any comment or new business?
Sure. You go ahead. My name's Lori Wallace. I'm here about the property next to me, 369 Neal Avenue. This property was demolished back in 2019. It came up for sale in 2022, I believe. And I put a purchase proposal in because I'm the adjacent neighbor, so definitely was interested in that lot. My proposal wasn't accepted. I think you guys went in contract with Habitat for Humanity, which is a good cause. I believe it's still in contract until October 31st of this year, I believe, for them to have, I guess, put anything on it. I'm not sure how that works. So far, they haven't done anything. I'm just here today to say I'm still interested in that lot. If that contract falls through or something, definitely want to purchase that lot. I've lived in my house next to it for 25 years. I've been in that neighborhood for 50-some years. So yeah, I definitely want to let you guys know that I'm interested in that lot next to me. If it, Habitat for Humanity doesn't put a house on that lot.
Great, thank you. Timing wise, I should maybe time out for the next agenda. So we will, I think we have your contact information, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've stayed in contact with you guys for the past 3 or 4 years.
Great. Appreciate you coming in. I think you've also been keeping an eye on that property for us too, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it's an open lot. And it's funny that he was talking about the property at 370 McKellar, which is right behind me. It's been a drug house for the past 4 years. Pretty bad back there. So people are in and out of that lot all hours of the night, going through there, so they can walk back there to that house. We find a lot of trash in that lot, drug paraphernalia. You don't know what you're going to find in that lot. People use it for parking, so they can pull over there and do whatever. So yeah, it was interesting hearing about the 370 McKellar. I hope something gets done with that soon. That's been pretty bad back there.
And just for everybody's reference, we housing in general, people having homes is a high priority.
Yeah.
So sometimes when we have a chance to build a home, it might take priority for somebody who do a great job managing a side lot, and that's how we end up in these situations. But the side lot preference is a high one too, because we know you maintain your home, and it'd be great if you took care of that one too. So that's probably how the vote went when we did it several years ago, but I don't know if Habitat's gonna move forward. So we will keep that in mind, and we will let you know if before that meeting we know the answer, and then that way it could be on the agenda for the next meeting.
I
We'll let you
definitely
know.
appreciate that.
Yeah, great. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Hello. So this is our first process with this sheriff's sale and things like that. So, but when we proposed to obtain the property in Bourneville by clearing it, it was vocally agreed upon that that would be the process. That would be the ending, you know what I mean? Like, eventually we'd end up with it. That was my understanding. So this process for me has been just a little confusing because I didn't realize it was gonna have to go to sheriff's sale. So what I need to know is, do I have to have money appropriated to bid on this? I do. So what if somebody outbids me, then we're just SOL?
It's online, the sheriff's sale is online.
I've got it all
Yeah,
set
and
up.
you have to put, what your bid, let's say it's a minimum bid of $3,000. You have to put
300 in it.
$3,000 in that escrow account.
Okay, but I got a question here too. Last time we was in here.
And if you think it's gonna go for more than that, you may wanna put $5,000, but you have to give them a bank account number and a tracking number in that escrow account.
Okay, but the last time we was in there, I made a proposal to you guys, instead you guys have to get a grant to clean it up, that if we could obtain it, I would do all that work. Because now we're starting to get rodents out of it. I mean, it's from here to the lady sitting there at the desk from our house. And that was the proposal that we made last time to Mr. Jeffers. And that I'd go in there and do it, because I used to do that kind of work when I was younger for insurance agents, on burned up homes, double wides, trailers, and whatever. But that was the proposal that we had made these guys.
Yeah.
And you guys kind of voted in our favor on that. But what I'm saying is, if it's gonna go that way, I'd like to start cleaning it up, not only because of the rodents, because we're starting to, this right now is starting to be a high traffic area, because we got the Fall Festival leaves going on in Bainbridge. You got people running around out there looking at the leaves, and you know, I mean, going to the lakes, and that was my question.
It has to go, there's no bending room. It goes to the sheriff's sale, period. We have to have the amount in that escrow, you know.
I think we slated this one for the expedited foreclosure process, which we could do through the Board of Revisions, and it's my understanding that the land bank has a right to like claim those properties if they deem so necessary. That was my understanding, that that's what we wanted to do, since we knew we had an interested party.
There's two completely different foreclosure processes. One of them is kind of what you just heard us talk about there. It goes to sheriff's auction.
Right.
That's a very public thing. The other one is one that is it's more of an administrative procedure, which I think we're meeting this week to talk about, sort of in conjunction with the prosecutor. I don't know the current, is this in foreclosure?
It is.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just reviewing the minutes from last meeting, because I recognized you guys and remember the conversation. It looks like Commissioner Everson made a motion to accept the property after a tax foreclosure process. Treasurer Jeffers seconded. That was to put this property to the expedited foreclosure process as the structure had burned down, with $9,000 in back taxes owed. It was discussed that the land bank would support the treasurer's efforts in processing this when it's filed.
So what happened with this situation is, once we did the full title search, there were multiple parties that have potential interest in the property. There are land contracts that are currently on it. Due to the changes, just with everything going on with property tax values, in order to proceed on an expedited foreclosure, the impositions on the property, the back taxes, have to be in excess of the auditor's valuation. So currently, the auditor's valuation was about $34,000. There's about $9,000 or so in back taxes, so that statutorily, by definition, took it outside of what an expedited foreclosure can be used for.
So what you're saying, because you're kind of talking over my head, is that they think that that property is worth $34,000?
That's the current valuation of it. I
Has
might
it
be off
not
on
been
the numbers.
evaluated lately?
There's a lot going on with property taxes right now. So what we had to do was file a judicial foreclosure. It's in the hands of the court right now. We've gotten service on a couple of the parties. We haven't gotten service on a couple of more. We have moved to publish it, to put it in the newspaper, to provide notice for everyone. I anticipate that this process will be, that aspect of it will be wrapped up pretty soon. It slows down the process, but there aren't a whole lot of options that we would otherwise have in this.
My frustration is too, that if the people had land contracts on them, I might cry. Should they be responsible for what happened to my parents?
House.
To our house?
Potentially, but the recorded owner is deceased, and one of the people that was a party to the land contract is also deceased, and there was also a divorce in the midst of that.
Well, I understand.
So since there are
Complicated.
multiple, it's private property ownership rights, basically. There are multiple parties that do have rights in this property at this point, and until the county can foreclose on those claims, the county doesn't really have a right to the property at this point until we go through the judicial process.
So we just have to sit and wait.
At this point, the county doesn't have rights to the property until the court has entered an entry of foreclosure and it's been submitted to for a sheriff's sale.
And somebody to buy it at sheriff's sale would have to pay how much? They have to pay off those taxes, right?
Yes.
A minimum of $9,000?
There are people who have better funding than we do. You know, that's the fear, is you've got investors out here who have,
We're afraid someone's gonna buy it and throw an old trailer in there and throw Section 8
Well,
housing or something like that.
yeah.
And then we're gonna be faced with that.
the exact same thing that we had.
Drugs going in and out of the old house that was there. That's
And
why they
and the
burn.
thing is we're getting our community cleaned up. It's, some of the houses are getting sold, they're getting cleaned up, you know, so.
Redone.
And that is where we're gonna land when we retire. Does anybody wanna retire in a slum? No. Just because, you know, we don't have, funding to be able to afford, you know, something bigger, better, we also wanna keep our costs down. We don't wanna go into retirement with all this overhead. I mean, that makes no sense whatsoever.
I think it may be useful to keep in mind here, the land bank, we are trying to help. The prosecutor's office is pushing things along. The commissioners are part of the land bank, but we can't intervene in the process that you're talking about, right? We can't change the state law.
No, you can't.
You don't,
and I'm not asking
yeah,
that.
well, I understand your frustration. We're doing the things in our role that we can to move things along and help,
But
right?
if it goes, you know, to me, it was a gentleman's a gentleman saying, yes, we would accept.
Well, it was
that.
more than a gentleman's
But-
agreement, it was voted on.
Right.
But if the law doesn't permit us to do a thing, we can't do anything illegal, is ultimately what it's, you know. You guys aren't out anything right now, you haven't cleaned the property
No,
out
no,
yet.
I ain't
Yeah.
touched it, but it's
Yeah.
getting to be.
It's just
It's
frustrating to sit
causing,
and
it's
look
causing,
at it,
it's
look
causing
at it,
us
look at it.
problems because of the rodents and cockroaches and, you know, we're having to pay a kid to come in there and spray every month.
Sure.
Because of what's there, because, you know, there's old food and stuff underneath that house yet.
Trash.
Yeah.
And it's pretty nasty.
Yeah.
If you haven't went out there and looked at it for yourself, then you'll understand what we're saying. We're talking about, like I said, this stuff's piled up right there to our property line.
yeah.
We had to actually push it back away.
Right.
And you know what I mean, to get it out of our yard and
Realistically, like, I think in this scenario, your legal relationship right now. Like you mentioned, maybe something with the people who have land contracts, but you have a property that needs to be cleaned up.
Yes.
The land bank is not the authority to clean up properties, right? We get your frustration. We exist to help clear up these frustrations. The prosecutor's office is being aggressive about finding these foreclosures, but we have like this narrow scope that we can operate in. And I don't know, because there's not certain, the county doesn't have certain nuisance and building code rules in townships, it's harder for the townships, I think, to enforce some of those things. So trust me when I say
Mr. Bethel was trying to stay here, you know, because he is our township trustee up there, and he knows a lot of what's going on in that area.
Yeah, we would like, as a land bank, nothing more than to help you get this property, help clean up. We're gonna do everything we can. Right now, based on the threshold of the actual value, it could not go into that expedited process. And the expedited process is the one where we would have been first in line to acquire it, say you clean it up, then we give it to you. That's,
Okay.
and the law has taken that out of our hands.
But are they doing this tax rate with the house still standing there, or is it just for the empty lot?
So that's going to be a better question for the
You know,
auditor's
that's
office. They're the
what I'm
ones that
gonna
assign that value, and I don't know if it has been, that value's been updated since the fire. That might be something worth talking to them about, because if there is an adjustment there and based on that value, maybe it puts it back in the realm of a possible.
Okay, that's what
expedited
I'd like to
foreclosure.
see.
We got to operate with what numbers that we currently have,
Yeah.
and that's what we have.
So how would you go about doing that process?
I would speak with the real estate department of the auditor's office and see, and, you know, I do believe, I think they have a form that you fill out if there's been a fire on a property. I don't know if that could be anyone or a property owner that completes that, but they would know that answer.
Yeah, because right now, probably with the house when it was standing, probably was a $34,000 property.
Yeah.
But now with the trash pile on
But
it.
keep in mind that the higher the value is on it, the less likely it is somebody comes and buys it at tax foreclosure. So you might not want that property value to come down too low. Because if nobody buys it, then the land bank is first in line.
But
And
there's
that's
some-
your best case scenario.
We got
I
so
think.
many slumlords out there in that area, you know, you're dealing with one of them right down the street there.
I'm
the
just
whole
telling
family.
you, if the price comes down, does that make it more or less likely that a slumlord buys it? I just
I
want to put that
understand
in
what
the
you're saying,
atmosphere.
it's just like buying a car.
Yeah.
Sits on the lot for $5,000, when it goes to $2,000, everybody's gonna want it.
That's right.
I understand
Yeah.
completely, that's
Yeah.
my line of business right there. And
It might be better if the price goes up.
Well, then again, if it goes up and not apart, then I'm gonna be paying taxes on $34,000 for an empty lot.
That's what we got the Board of Revisions for, right?
Thanks a lot.
Jimmy loves them.
Oh, I love
You
it.
know, that's just my question, it's, like I said, I know it's an older septic system, and I know there is a water line on it, but who knows how far that bill back goes? You know, 18 years, and that woman being dead, and the back taxes building up on it.
So that foreclosure's been filed, right? But it's not set for sheriff's sale yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so, can you keep my wife informed on it? Because she is, you know, I mean, let us know what is going on with this property, because she's the brains of the outfit, I'm just the worker of the outfit. You know, you've seen that she went out here, she gets pretty upset because her mom and dad, her mom's in a wheelchair, her dad's on a walker, and you know, we're trying to do the best we can to take care of them and keep them safe from rodents.
Sure.
And something packing some kind of germ or something in there, and more you don't know, you know, you get bit like that. She just went through Lyme disease over her head. 4 weeks antibiotics, you know, you don't know what's gonna happen there, and, that was my question on the whole process, you know. We kinda talked with them on it, we talked with Gabriel, of course.
Yeah, you guys are welcome to call and email me anytime, you know, I can get you an update of where we're at on this
Yeah,
kind of
where you're
thing.
at on it,
Yeah.
because it is a concern for us, for, not only for cleanup in the neighborhood, but the safety of her parents. Because, you know, that's why we put them there, for the safety. You know. And everybody tries to do everything they can for their parents. You know, that's just, most people.
Yeah.
You know. But I'm gonna pick up her things and go out there. Don't want to make fun of me because I'm gonna be packing her purse and it don't match my boots. No, it don't match my boots. and go see if I can find this lady. We thank you all for your
Thank you.
time and for talking with us. And if you would, just keep that lady informed.
I gotta live with her.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
That's a frustrating situation, but I will say that with the cooperation of the prosecutor's office and the way things, I mean, we are getting closer to solving these things than we were a couple of years ago. These foreclosures are being filed. I think the only other thing that I can think of is if there's a way to basically have some sort of violation that results in, if those properties are cleaned up, then that cleanup cost can go on taxes to lien, which is what happens in the city. We just need the right code section or the right way to do it in unincorporated areas.
There's a lot of revised code that gives the township's authority to.
Township,
Yeah, I was gonna say, the township might have some options.
Yeah, and so that, I think that maybe that can be our canned response, but, and then maybe there's a way to help, something along the lines of if the trustees pay to clean a property like that, we have a pre-agreement that if the land bank ends up with it, we get it back to the trust. Something where it incentivizes the trustees, because we all know that there's just not a lot of money laying around for cleaning up properties like that.
It's difficult in an unzoned area.
Totally, yeah. All right, anything else, new business, anybody wants to bring it up? Yeah.
I purchased the property on 72nd Street in Kingston at the sheriff's sale. The timeline I was told was for the deed to get transferred was 60 to 90 days. 90 days will be next Tuesday. I know it's up for demolition. My question, I guess probably for Gabriel, but if he even has any insight into this, is if the demolition's done and I don't have the deed, I can't finish cleaning the lot up because it said when I got the information that the previous property owner has 30 days after I get the deed to come in, if they're so inclined. And I've already been told that I gotta take all the trees off the lot, which is my inclination to do that, but I'd like to have it done before winter. And we're getting down to where weather's gonna start being an issue. So how long do I have to wait to get the deed, I guess is my question.
I'll check with the clerk of courts and the sheriff's.
I went to the sheriff's office today and they don't have anything yet. And I'm thinking 90 days is plenty of time to get paperwork done. Because I've already paid for it.
I'll check on that. I know that we have filed to confirm the sale and everything like that, so I'll check and see where we are on that.
I'd appreciate it. Because I want to get that mess cleaned up. People are starting to complain about other properties, and I'm not going to be the one holding up the bill to clean this one up when I've already paid for it.
What was the address of that?
72nd Street, Kingston, Ohio.
It's on our current demo grant list, so, and we've done the asbestos work on that one, so it'll be bid out soon for.
It's a mess, for lack of a better way to put it.
Putting it mildly.
Yeah.
Very mildly.
Best thing to do would have been the fire department, just let it burn clear to the ground. And the other issue I got is I'm considering saving the basement. And I want to be able to get something done to it once the house is off of it, so it doesn't cave it in, which means you got to put a sump pump and everything in the bottom of it to keep the water out of it. And I'm going to have to secure it so somebody can't fall into it.
Was that part of the way we bid the demo? Preserving the basement?
It's not been bid out yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've already talked to her in regard to, I want consideration to look at the basement before they destroy the basement. Because from what I can see from the outside, because I won't go in it, the basement walls are still in decent shape.
Okay. We'll have to check the grant terms, because there's a greening obligation, isn't there?
There it is.
Okay. What I'm thinking out loud is I don't recall a situation where we did not demo and fill. And sometimes the grants have very specific language.
The only thing of it is when I know about their demo and fill is, they're not gonna want to haul that whole concrete structure out of there. And I don't want it buried, because if I want to go in and put another basement in, I don't have to contend with that mess. I'd rather have the basement left and have to deal with it myself
Mm-hmm.
than to have it half demoed, and then when I go in and want to dig another basement, I gotta contend with that, because now you're not gonna have solid walls to stay back, and I'm gonna have cave-in issues and everything else.
Yeah, we will communicate with you before that goes out to bid. I don't think we've dealt with that in the last 10 years. Okay, any other new business?
I just want
Yeah.
to just ask to make sure, the resolution for the property in Roxabelle, you're looking at all 3 of those lots, correct? The corner and the 2 that touch, and the only reason why I just wanted to make sure of that is because I work with the septic system that's on that lot. It's been quite a few years ago, but the first thing that I think of as health department is that septic system on that corner lot, because when you're dealing with Roxabelle, you're dealing with very small lots, and also you're dealing with where exactly is the property line. So that septic system may not be on that corner piece, it might be on the next one. So I don't know that for sure, but that's the first thing I think of. So there's not an issue if one piece sells and the other doesn't, and they can't get their septic to their septic system, that sort of thing.
So the motion was that the land bank would accept any of the parcels that were foreclosed.
Okay,
So
and those
on
other 2
here-
have been foreclosed?
Yeah, on this map, it doesn't look like they have, but Gabriel was thinking that they were.
Yeah,
So-
we had 3 parcels
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
And so basically, the motion was any of the parcels associated with the address at 2 foreclosure.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Gabriel and I have kind of worked closely because we turned that property over as a nuisance and we
Mhm.
went through
Mhm.
our process.
Good.
So, so now we're just kind of, we're keeping the nuisance open just to see what happens. So I just wanted to make sure, because if those all go together, there won't be an issue with that.
Yeah.
And with those lots being as small as they are, a lot of times you don't have a replacement area for something. So thank you for clarifying that.
Yep. Anybody else? All right, let's look at our next meeting date. This will be in November, and we'll cover the budget at the same time. Some holidays coming up. 17th, maybe? You say you're no good for the 24th?
No good for the 24th.
How about the 17th? Works for me. Commissioners, how does that look? 17th at 10 o'clock, not 9:30. Shoot for that?
I'm here every Monday.
No, I'm not on the land bank, so I don't care.
You talking about October or?
November 17th.
That works for me.
All right, we'll slot in the next meeting at 10 o'clock on November 17th. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, sir. Hey, good to see you, sir.
It started at 9:30. Yeah, I'll go with you. Yeah, the commissioners had it on their agenda.
We're talking about the tax rate.
Our minutes are
That was the most recent one.
This one.
Is there any discussion about the land
It was only $200.
Hey, did Jeremy hear back from?
Is that-
Very briefly, we said that.
You know what about the teacher interview?
Yeah, we'll,
Okay.
Yeah, we just want to make sure.
That's all good. Okay. Do I need to send another one up, or is that good? You guys just
We just- we just-
In here and the whole.
Send another one up. All right. All right. I'll check with that.
Just get the whole package.
Oh, no.
Not much I'm in on time this
Well,
week.
I'm glad that, those are something.
I met with the.
All of that is
Up there last
from
week,
this meeting.
and we're getting some help.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still alive.
Brad, all right, Brad. You good, sir? How about yourself?
That's
Couple
what I
guys?
dropped something.
You do great. What was the date on
Were you
your
working? I think it's. Thank you for sending over that information that you found.
Is it okay?
Yeah, I appreciate it. That was great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Look, I'm here too.
We have, yeah, my keys are locked in there. I can't be, I'm worthless.
Can't get in there?
Yeah, he can't get in.
He can't get in there, and I bet you 10-1 that door out in the hallway locked too.
Where'd the server go? See, we have three, well, we have transfer 85,000 from general to dog kennel fund. And then we have within, then an increase in appropriation to pay salaries and benefits and dog and kennel fund for the rest of the year. So we have transferred dog and kennel operations for the rest of the year of 85,000, and then salaries and benefits of 61,300 for dog and kennel. So it's not 85, it's 141, 146,000. So we need to see Juanita in here, Brad.
You do?
Yeah. Want to know where this $146,000 is, where that came from, why it wasn't in the budget.
Okay.
So she's not getting us signed off on that until she comes in and explains it.
It's on your desk.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You guys have a great day.
All right, you too. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thanks, sir.
Keep plugging away.
We've got some work to do. Okay, I've transferred of funds from Children's Services to Jobs and Family Services for second half of the year. The Salt City Solar appropriation, that's for $2,986.35.
You want her in here this morning?
Well,
No, we're not gonna get anything done on that if we don't.
well, it came from the auditor's office.
Yeah.
So the auditor was the one who making the request, and not Juanita.
I wanna know where we're coming in $146,000 short of.
Another
Why isn't it-
170,000.
Why isn't it in our budget? This is a dog warden question. He was instigating the activities to fix it, but I wanna know what the problem is before we fix
You want to get down and talk to Jerry and find out?
it. Yeah.
Yes.
Can I have that?
Because if it's not in, if it's not in our budget, I need to know.
Yeah, 'cause there's three of them, and I don't know, it looked like, they come from the auditor's office or what,
Yeah, he's just trying to lose money.
but, yeah, but it still should say from,
So I'm asking for a motion to move $2,986.35 from Children's Services over to Jobs and Family Services.
So moved.
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Appropriation of funds from the Sheriff's Department to CLE equipment to request additional appropriation for body camera grant funds received, $53,804.66.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Can you sign for me too, so I can take that down when I get down to talk to him.
Time sheet for Brad.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
She sent me a nasty gram, said I was the only one that didn't have an email.
Yeah, he
You
goes
got a
on
nasty gram?
he goes on vacation, and anyone's paid, what the heck's going on with that?
There we go.
Okay, this is certificate of lease or release from, for Matthew and Jessica Hardesty's mortgage with the Ross County Board of Commissioners, which has been satisfied. This is for 2615 State Route 327, Londonderry, Ohio. Note dated February 10th, 2017. They satisfied the mortgage.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. We had a discussion earlier this week, or late last week, about a grant application for the Village of Clarksburg, the AMLER application. And we all gave our support in granting them okay to do that. So, this is for the abandoned mine land economic revitalization. That's what AMLER stands for. Ballpark and land enhancements and the community resiliency centers, what they want to use funds for. That's a given amount. So, do we have a motion to accept the request to do that? Give them authorization.
Second.
Yeah. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This is the contract that we got from the ones that we received a couple weeks ago that impacts the 2024 WTCLF Batch 6 construction contract.
You did?
Ross County and Duncan and Daniels Enterprise.
Yes, you did.
For $7,415 was awarded
surprises.
August 4th, 2025. That's from the ones you
So
wrote
moved.
back in August. Favor say aye.
Aye.
Just the top one. Probably not gonna like this answer, but apparently they've spent well over their budget. And that number right there is something Jerry worked up to get him through the rest of the year. And that's coming out of the general fund.
Well, my first question is, why did they miss the target so bad?
Very good question. I mean, I don't know what she spends that, I mean, I don't see her bills, I don't see anything that she does. So I don't know what they've spent their money on. I mean, we could get a report, I'm sure.
I wanna know.
Okay.
I'm not just gonna,
I just said,
sorry, this needs an explanation.
Okay.
So let's just have her come in next week.
Next week. Okay. And then I'm getting a report from downstairs too. That shows what it's been.
All right. That's all I had in an open session. Brad, you got anything?
I don't know how much of this you want to, here, let me give you this one
We
first.
got to 11:45.
that's what's supposed to be out there.
That's just,
You guys good for it? You guys are fine.
Did you read the agenda?
Yeah, I
What's
know,
that?
it says vacate a portion of Vandermark Lane, on-site viewing, I get it. Now, okay.
Are you gonna talk about that in here? Because Charlie wanted me to pull that drawing up that I gave you, if you're gonna talk about it in here. Did you see that?
Because we have to have there's a public meeting, a public hearing after we go take a look at it.
That's when you come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
this is about the resource officers in the county schools. I see our responsibility here is to sign off on the budgeting that needs to take to support those officers. And I don't have a request in front of me, I don't know how the sheriff feels, how he's managed.
Well, I didn't know if you'd seen it. I thought you had, I just wanted to make sure. This is,
That's been, while we're on that same discussion, that's been ran through the sheriff's department before. Also been ran through the schools before. Right now, they think there's only maybe one, maybe possibly two sheriff deputies that are school resource officers.
Union of it in Southeastern, right?
They can't, they have to have the schooling, you have to have that course. You just can't call yourself a school resource officer because you go to the schools.
Well, I would see where that would take some.
And that's a course that you have to take and pass. Law enforcement officers is the class, that has to go through that class. When I worked for the sheriff's office, I was not a school resource officer, I was a school safety officer. I know we have a Medina School has a individual that's not even a certified police officer, who they call their school resource officer. Well, he can't be called a school resource officer, he's not a certified police officer. So they need to clean their act up before they come and ask us.
Yeah, they're requesting resource officer.
letter I put together about the service center and the scheduling of the service center.
So I think before we do anything on that school resource officer information, they need to, I think the county superintendents or the superintendents of each school need to know what they're going to deal with. They want to have paid officers in their schools. But I don't know if they want to foot the bill on that, they want the county to foot the bill on that.
Yeah, the way I read this is exactly what they want. Is that what you got out of it?
That's the way I got out of it.
Yeah.
And Right now, the Ross County Sheriff's Department doesn't have enough officers to go to all 8 county schools that are in here in Ross County.
Yeah,
I hate to say that, but it's, when I was there was me and another guy who was there, and
You kind of moved around.
and we moved around from different, to go to different schools.
That's Russian roulette.
And, you know, it's, sometimes it's tough when you do that. But the thing is if you do that, the bad guys really don't know when you're there, when you're not gonna be there.
Or they attack the local, if it's a routine, then they get to know the routine.
Yeah, if you're routine, they get to know routine, so. I think that's something, you know, that, I think that county superintendents is gonna have to, they're gonna get with us and we can sit down and discuss this.
Well, that's what
Share.
they're asking for. They're asking for me we respectfully submit the joint request to the Ross County Board of Commissioners for the funding of a 3-year pilot program to provide a dedicated school resource officer in every school building during each school day. And that, I mean, if we're gonna talk about it, we need to talk in those terms. There's gotta be a certified officer there all day, every day, in each school.
We've been trying to do that for
I think
a
that,
while.
you know, we need to know what that's gonna cost.
We tried
And we need
to,
to know how we're gonna get that certification level up to standard. And then we can talk about how it is. We gotta know what we're funding, what they're asking.
that's it.
I've already got a copy of that.
So I got a copy somewhere. Yes, I wouldn't mind them to have one in each school. But that's like Chillicothe. Chillicothe has theirs.
Well, they're on the list.
But Chillicothe pays for their own.
But they're on the list, they're on the signed list. All superintendents are on the signed list. You know, but I think we need to talk about it.
I think we need to talk about it too.
I'm not ready to say no yet, but I'm not ready to say yes yet. I need to know what we're talking about here. Because I think it is in everybody's interest in this county to keep our kids safe in school. We just need to know what we're talking about to get our heads around it.
And if the superintendents want this, I think they need to go by the recommendations that the school resource officer gives to them.
Do an assessment before we.
Because when I was working and I made sure that I was not the school resource officer, I was a school safety officer. And
Well, what's the difference there?
school resource officer, it's a certification you have to have. You can't call yourself, that's like calling yourself, that's like a deputy calling himself the sheriff.
So it's like being able to counsel kids and stuff like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's a class that you have to go through. And I'm not sure, I think that Dick Groves used to be the school resource officer, used to be a school resource officer when he did DARE. And I think Julie Preston is a school resource officer who goes to Chillicothe. I think that
Keep that if you get
Shanks, but he's a police.
who,
Shanks guy.
yes. But I think Zane Trace has one now. Does Zane Trace have a permanent guy out there?
I don't know if they do yet. I think they're, one of the reasons one of the discussions last year during the income tax levy was that they were levying that tax to help cover the costs of a full-time resource officer or safety officer of some sort. So, I agree. I think that, I think it's worthy of exploration. Obviously, you know, I have 2 kids in school. School classroom safety is very, very important, and it only continues to become more and more important in today's age. I just read through the letter. I think what they're just requesting is a conversation just to,
And I think
explore their proposal. What I see isn't so much of a specific proposal, but just a
More let's sit
question
down.
of, let's sit down and talk about what we want to see, and I'm game for that for sure. I think it'd be a good discussion for us to play a part in.
It's negotiation, they're gonna go in high. I'm more excited about this.
And I think that, you know, we can sit down and talk about it, you know, to try to explain to them, you know, does this, and the thing is does this deputy, does he work for the school? Does he work for the county?
Yeah, would he have to be a deputy?
Or, it has to be a school resource officer. If they're gonna classify as a school resource officer, the state of Ohio says that they have to be a school resource officer.
Right, but can you go to school to become a resource officer and not be a deputy?
You have to be certified.
Have to be a certified police officer?
I'm thinking they work for the sheriff's office with all the responsibilities and benefits, but they're partially paid by the school. That's
Well, see,
usually how that.
you can understand that, but then, does this guy, does that deputy work nine months out of the year like school is? Or does he work 12 months out of the year, and for his 3 months that the school's not going on, does he work the road? Or does he do this? That's the thing that has to be worked out. Because if you're paying a sheriff deputy, with his benefits and all stuff like that, it's about $150,000 a year to pay a sheriff deputy.
Yeah, I think we ought to have George and his team in that meeting as well. Let's just find all that out.
That's what I was gonna say, is I view this as a good opportunity for collaboration, and some of the questions you just asked, Bodie, I think those are questions that would be a part of that discussion. But I also think it would be difficult to have this conversation with them absent the participation from the sheriff.
Right, and that's the same thing,
Yeah, I think, I'm all down for that conversation. I think it'd be a good, worthwhile opportunity for collaboration, see how, we've got a problem, how do we solve it?
Yeah.
Let's work together on it.
Let's not wait till we have a problem to do anything about it.
That's right.
All right, so Brad gave me service center, the schedule for action to start happening over there with the rehab. Awarded the low bidder contract.
Well, I just want them to know they probably need to know when we're gonna start the work, how that's gonna affect the scheduling. And my intent is, I talked to Jody Walker about this already. He's got some spaces in his section that they may be able to move some of their meetings to. I plan on talking to the Ag Society, the Fair Board, on our next meeting, because a lot of these meetings are during the day, and during the week we don't have much in the buildings there. Might be able to use this space out there for them to hold meetings in. And then the sheriff has some room over here too. I want to talk to him about that, so that we can at least offer them some other places to look and go to, because in a lot of their contracts, it says that we have to provide that space for
a meeting.
Yeah, and if you read the letter, if they want us to keep the place up to date and safe, then we've got to do this work. So I just don't want to. I keep seeing these things come in now on FMX about scheduling. I just think they need to hold off on scheduling stuff until the project's over.
Yeah.
You want to send this letter out?
So if you guys are fine with it, if you'd sign it, I'll send it out.
I'm good with this letter, and I think, what you said, Brad, it's important we're telling everybody impacted by this about it. One thing I thought, I'd follow up to the courthouse, which was a separate discussion. I do know that area, I believe, is a emergency courtroom. So I don't know if there's some sort of update or notice that has to be provided
to the courts.
courts.
Well, they'll be involved in once we sit down, look at the budgets, look at the drawings, we've got to have that meeting with the courts to come in and talk to them.
With the service center.
But yeah, we can talk about the service center too. I can let them know.
Okay.
In fact, I can send that to them as well.
Sorry.
And then just Jordan's TSA and clear.
Yeah, so he's asking about signage there. And here's what I know about signage out there. When the first sign went up, this big sign went up out there to Service Center, signs have to be engineered and they have to be approved by the building department.
So they don't wind damage.
So when the wind blows, it doesn't blow them over. Well, all of a sudden one day, this sign underneath showed up. It had something to do with the farmer's market, and it was sponsored by Adina. Well, I was here when that went up, and nobody ever asked permission, they just put it up.
So we took it down?
No, it's still there. But how it affects this, the
load management.
the load management on that sign, I don't know, but he's asking to put something way bigger up there too. And that all would have to be approved. And then on the building over here, now this is a sign, this is the signage that we have on the building for everything else. To add that to the bottom, I don't think is an issue. But I think if you start putting signs up here and there,
yeah,
then everybody in the building's gonna want to put signs up.
And I don't think he needs one out front.
Well, he needs one there for sure.
He needs one there for sure, but I don't think he needs one on that, the
And
side that's out.
This
on
is
the
when
road.
they want to, and that's not a problem inside the building, because
Right.
that's where the testing's gonna take place, I guess, or whatever.
I don't think he needs one on the sign, on the sign that's along the road.
Yeah, I think you'd have him spend his money on advertisements for like travel and, you know, at least have it online, you know, some advertisement online. It's gonna be better seen than it is gonna be going down there.
He may want, he brought it to me last week when we were going through the plans for the courthouse, but he may want to come up and talk to you about this too, but I
Okay.
told him I'd let you see it today, so.
I don't think he needs one out front.
I think, I don't really have a strong position on signage. I want, one, the sign needs to be safe. The signs that are up there need to make sure that they're following the proper procedure to get those signs up there. The main goal for me on signage out there is that residents, customers know where the heck
Where
they're
they can
supposed to
go,
be going.
yeah.
And making sure that they know what's offered in that building, because it's confusing for people who are trying to get to the clerk or the title office or the BMV or something like that. Well, which even building do they go to? Do they come here? Do they go out there? So,
Well, I think-
you know, I'm not against any of that, but just as long as it's followed through the right channels is what I would say.
And I think this sign here will be coming down.
I was just gonna say
Farmers
that.
Market sign.
I don't think I think that'll be ready to go by spring of next year. And the pavilion will be in the park, so.
Yeah,
let's take
that'll
that
come down.
Yeah.
This is something that we're required to provide too. This little sign that sits underneath is for the USDA Service Center. That's something that's in their contract, and we've had that sign up there for a long time. At some point, we're gonna have to fix it, or we're gonna have to look at, maybe looking at this sign and adding some of what we have here to there. Not just say Ross County Service Center, but build it in such a way that it's like this, where we can change things out as, you know, list them there so people know what's in the Ross County Service Center.
Maybe that's the solution to all this, especially with the farmer's market going to be
Yes.
leaving that location. It makes sense that we're gonna need a new sign. Let's look at including everything that needs to be on that sign altogether. And
I'd say an electronic marquee.
That's not a bad idea either.
That way we can always change.
Change it, that's a good idea. So.
Say put that up there.
I did want to tell you too that, hold it, let me show you these things I've got out here.
I agree with you.
I 3 years ago, the state of Ohio changed their logos to look like this. Well, now they've decided to change them again.
Electronic marquee. I love this.
Oh, okay.
But all the signs that are in the hallway and inside the building that are on there all have to be changed. So we're working with a sign company to get those changed. We're gonna pay for them and then have them reimburse us for the changes. And then I got a bunch, I think all that email that I sent you on Friday, we can talk about in your session when you're back.
Okay.
Courthouse costs, service center plans, all that stuff.
I was gonna say, you all right out there?
Yeah,
Just do things on the floor there.
Those are heavy, those little signs are heavy.
Are they? I figured they'd be plastic or something.
They're heavier than you think, yeah.
Vandermark Lane is, oh, that's on the cliff, okay.
Yeah. I'll show you all.
Papers,
Mhm.
contracts and stuff.
Mhm.
Well, get up. I usually hand it to Kathy, but since you're in a hurry.
Do you need, did we go? I'm confused, I've never done like an on-site thing, so do we go?
One of us has to go,
Okay.
because you have to
Do we-
take minutes.
Rock, paper, scissors for that, or you going?
Now, I'll let you go if you want to go.
Hey,
You
Yeah.
did it.
who did that?
You did. We got a building that we can't get in.
Wow, my keys are in there.
You know where the key is out there. You have a key.
I do, I definitely.
Man, that's a hole. So here's where you're going to visit. Valpile is laying here and turn left on Allen Cliff. Go out here to Allen Cliff. Until you get to,
Is that
I believe it's right here.
yeah, turn right before you get to that curve, before you go down the big hill, right?
Right, there's Vandermark Lane right there, right before you get down the big hill. And you'll come back here.
It's all the way in the back, right?
Yeah, it's back here. I think this is it here. It actually cuts through here.
Right.
I'll show you on the auditor's website. Let's see. Where the heck are we? Executive Center, it's too far. Oakville Road, it's too far. Dunn Road, we're getting there. Wiley's Lane.
Wednesday the 24th. Decide where we'll have that.
There it is.
Zoom. I have to leave at noon.
Isn't that it right there? Now what you're
Yeah.
getting rid of?
Yeah. I do believe that. No, it's the other end.
You think it's this way?
Yeah, it's that way. Because it doesn't go down, it doesn't go down, it goes up. That's a driveway.
This is the part here.
Yeah, that's it right there.
All the way to the end, make a hard left.
Yeah, okay.
Guess we'll leave now for that. Get
Just a
it done
reminder,
since you
yeah.
gotta leave.
I've got
And you're not going.
I've got the Visitors Bureau board meeting. I sit on that board
Okay.
I forget, every 6th Monday or something, or every other 4th Monday of the month.
No, wow.
Are we, make a motion to,
Adjourn?
not adjourn because we gotta
Oh,
come back and
recess.
have, you gotta have
We
a,
got a public formal.
public meeting. Can we go to take a recess, I'll make a motion to recess and reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Yep. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
All right.
Aye.
So Sarah, you can, don't shut us off, just
Gotcha.
go to
Yeah.
Yeah.
WA now, don't we?
WA.
We're on air now.
Way ahead of the game.
You left early. Cheers.
Be careful, you end up with another dog. That's what happened to Dog outside when the kids went to school, so we got another dog to keep the other dog. Sucker.
No. Not happening.
Cheaper than kids. I
I don't
understand.
know about that. They're pretty expensive to keep too.
You know my wife, though.
I think we should have took about 2 hours out there, because I'd have got my fishbowl out back of the truck.
I got one I love.
Need a parachute to get down the creek.
I get down there, but I don't know how
I
I
was
get
gonna say, I
back
don't
up.
think getting down there's a problem.
Oh, yeah, getting back up is pretty good. That walking step wouldn't make a difference.
If I want to use my boat.
All right, I got 1 o'clock. We'll reconvene the commissioners meeting. Vandermark Lane. So who wants to start?
I guess I'll kick it off just to get it going. So the commissioners received something from the township. The township doesn't have much interest in it anymore. I don't think, I can't put a yearly figure on it. I don't know when the last time anybody put in gravel on it or anything. It looks like a long time to me. You've been back there a long time. Yours.
Since 73, though.
Yeah, so it looks like, but anyway, they asked to vacate it from the east-west leg into the south to north leg, if you will, for lack of any other way to call it, the directions, north being towards Chillicothe. Mr. Daly, who lives back there, has an interest in the property, both Dalys. They would both like to see it vacated, is that correct?
That's right.
Pritchard Land Surveying has been retained by the owner of the other parcel, the 1.279 parcels, to represent his interest. He lives in Galveston, Texas, and obviously couldn't make it. And he has asked for a different type of vacation. If Nick Pritchard would like to go up there and show what Mr. Bruce
Yeah, so
would like.
if you go up there, you touch the screen, it's gonna change. It's
Okay.
because of the touch screen.
I won't touch it.
Hands off.
All right, so this being the boundary line between Mr. Daly and our client, Mr. Bruce, our client is interested in vacating a portion of the existing Old Allen Cliff Road, halfway along that northwesterly boundary line, so approximately 209.065 distance along that northwest boundary line. Why? So that he has access to his property, he can park along that public thoroughfare to access his property. That's what our client has asked us to propose.
So during the public viewing, we threw out an option of vacating it just so far back to approximately the edge of the right-of-way of the east-west leg, which would give him 30 feet from the center line of the road. And then he'd also have 30 feet back this way into a private drive that's still on right-of-way.
So what you were describing there, what we looked out in the field, is extending this right away here over to where it intersects there, and all that being vacated. That was your proposal.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, obviously, this proposal, this secondary proposal, it limits access of my client to reach their property. That's why he wants to go further. So just, he doesn't want, I mean, the property already, as you saw, it has a lot of limitations. So it's basically just access. He is interested in vacating a portion of it, but not all of it along that northwesterly line.
Well, if it's vacated to that northerly right-of-way line of east-west line, he's not being landlocked.
Correct.
Okay. So, and that appears to be the best place really to pull a car off and just park, but, to me, but, I guess he could go down there and park on up, but that's not the best way into the best access by foot into his property is right up there at the intersection of that north, south, east, west.
Yeah, I agree, and it seems as if there's enough for a singular vehicle. So as long as he doesn't have like a family reunion out there, and that I'm just
throwing,
protecting the interests of my client. How many,
Is that two roads, Vandermark and Old Allen Cliff? Is it two roads?
It's one and the same. Old Allen Cliff Road is one and the same as Vandermark Lane, from what I see. The other, and I show the gravel drive that has nothing to do with Old Allen Cliff Road, other than it does appear to be within the road right of way.
Right, it is within the road right of way, and I think he may be thinking he can utilize this up to here for access to get into his property. Whoops, I touched it. Shoot me.
There it goes. But I agree with you as far as, physical access to the property. There's only one way to do it, and that's down that stairwell.
That's where he's at.
Yeah, so it's down that stairway. The other, not vacating it in its entirety would allow, again, parking. Or he's talking about constructing something down there. So,
well, he couldn't construct on the right of way.
No, on his property.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, there's construction vehicles. How are they going to get in there if it's only 30 foot from his westerly boundary line? Without parking on Mr. Daly,
If he gets too close, he's going to be in the creek. I mean, there's no way around that.
That's what I said, when I looked at that, it is, if they vacate that old Elm Creek Road, Elm Cliff Road, Elm Creek's in Columbus, Elm Cliff Road, if they vacate that whole road, it's 30 feet on each side. Part of that 20 feet of that 30 feet on that one property is in the creek. It's down the bank.
It's inaccessible.
Yeah, you can't get to it.
I agree.
Yeah, so eventually, I won't touch the screen. So I'm denoting here top of bank, okay? So this is where the steps are. And as we move northwesterly, that top of bank, this dashed line, that's the top of the bank.
Right.
So the boundary is east of the top of bank. There's no physical access, there's no physical roadway.
How do you get in there?
I'm sorry.
How long ago did that all become impassable? It to be used as a road?
1947.
1947.
That's when the alternative route was put in. Yeah.
I always said 50, but.
Yeah, Mr. Daly
47.
stated that he remembers walking it as a kid, right?
My uncle lived on the other end of it.
Well, that's when the plans were submitted and put on record what Elmer Barrett did in 47. That doesn't mean when it was
Yeah,
constructed.
that's why I said
So you're probably
1950.
in the 50s, that sounds about right.
So we got 75 years of half the road going into the creek.
Yeah.
How much longer is that other 30 feet
It's moved.
going to be there?
It's
Yeah.
moved.
It does appear to remain, so part of the survey is following the footsteps of the previous surveyor. And how I put this property back was I retraced a 1998 survey from Mr. Mike Schlegel.
Yeah, that's when I paid, that's when I bought the upper end of this.
And my findings were verbatim to his, and where he shows that top of bank, it appears to be in relatively the same location as it was in 1998.
Nick, how far is the reference point up on top? You got a reference pin up there, how far over the bank is that property line?
22 feet from the other arm
Oh,
pipe we
this,
found up there?
this here?
Corner, yeah.
So that's on the bank. The actual property corner is 22.64 feet.
Over the bank now.
Over the ridge, and it's a cliff.
That's all it is.
Yeah, it's vertical. I mean, that's a good 25, 30 feet drop.
Oh, please.
So I was able to set a 30-foot offset there along that northeasterly line, and basically crawled to it. And then to get back, I walked the creek because there's not much of that property that is physically accessible.
Here's a couple things you might want to consider, and you do have 60 days from the time it was filed with Kathy, which was August 11th, to make your decision. And I don't know what this means exactly or how far this goes, but the township actually, I assume John West will talk to you before they filed a petition to vacate it.
We went to the meeting.
Okay. So the township did it for them and for you. But the township, if they haven't maintained that for 21 years, they lose interest in that. So, but you didn't. Commissioners are the ones that accept the right-of-ways of all the roads in Ross County. So, I guess somebody can come out there and say, plow this, why aren't you plowing my road, why aren't you? Because they're getting paid mileage for this right now. The side of the township's getting paid to maintain that.
Never been plowed.
And so something needs to be considered one way or another. And if you decide you want to keep it, that's fine. But I don't know if you could force the township to maintain it. I don't know. That'd be a question for Jeff Marks, because they haven't done anything. I don't know this to be fact, but I know something tells me they haven't touched it in 21 years. So I don't know who would be on the hook.
If they did, I want that truck.
So I don't know. It's a tricky little thing. Maybe it's complicated.
Well, within the vacation, can you stipulate no maintenance will be at the mercy or obligated by the township to maintain any type of gravel roadway there or whatever?
Well, the township would have an interest in the very back end where we're standing in order to turn their plow trucks around or an EMS vehicle or something like that. They would have an interest in keeping something down.
But that doesn't mean they have to maintain that entire strip of 209 feet if it goes that way.
Yeah. Well, if it got vacated,
They won't have
everybody be off.
Yeah, if it's all vacated, yes.
Yeah.
Great.
So how far apart are we on the two options that we're looking at here?
I want it all abandoned. That's where I'd like to be. Okay. I don't think I got any room to pledge on that at all, so. And I can show you email stuff. I said, just abandon that and let the county have what they want. We'll go by what the county says. Exactly what I said.
Well, would you be willing to agree that it only gets abandoned to the northmost east-west right-of-way line?
Coming down later, Mark?
Yeah.
So what you marked out?
Yeah.
It would be this extended. That's what Charlie's proposing, right? So
Yeah, then the rest would be abandoned.
and all of that would be abandoned.
Well, it's not up to me.
Well, I know, but that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what,
Yeah.
you said you wanted it all abandoned, but
Well,
We want to keep a portion of it that's not abandoned and keep that little spot for at least,
least
the
it's
guy
not-
won't be landlocked in there.
Exactly right. Yeah,
Right.
I'm not trying to landlock them at all.
Wants to park a single vehicle there.
Yeah, but I don't want to block my driveways and stuff, so that's where I'm at. And he's been good when he come out. He'd even text me and say, hey, I'm coming out. You know. So, yeah,
As a part of our future intention too, is that the 295 property is that we can access it's just grass that you drive back there. That'll be a gravel driveway at some point in time as well. So, right, that's on our
What's the
side.
295?
That's the
part of the-
northern side.
Yeah. The one we're talking about.
Right in the center.
This aging thing is not fun.
You take that pen whenever you need it. I need to understand this.
Yeah, you
So,
know.
let's throw in a third scenario. Instead of taking halfway, could we split that in half and maybe come back here about 100 feet or so?
No.
So your position is to vacate it from this line?
Yeah, you're okay.
This line extended?
Yes.
Correct?
That's correct.
So again, in surveying, this isn't always the case. There is no animosity between these property owners in any way. Mr. Daly's not only been cordial but helpful. Representing Mr. Bruce, again, very cooperative. Mr. Daly would like the extension of Allen Creek as it heads northwest and vacate everything going in a northeasterly direction. My client wants half of that along his boundary line to not be vacated up to here, 209 feet. Why? Because he doesn't want any more limitations than his property is already subject to. So that's where the decision needs to be made. Again, I have no skin in this game whatsoever. Just here to represent a guy from Texas. And
That bought it in the summer.
what is it?
He just bought it in the summer.
Yeah, yeah.
I told him before he bought it, get a survey.
We tell people that all the time. I'm surprised. Yeah.
You guys have too much money.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I guess neither options, I guess, landlocks him.
Correct.
So if you go, please go with Mr. Daly, or you go with Mr. Bruce, or you come up with something else, which I don't know what that would be. I don't see anybody getting landlocked.
Basically, it just, it would determine whether, the way I see it, you know, a single vehicle gets parked there or a row.
Or row of vehicles. You either have one vehicle or you have 5.
Yeah, if you vacate
Up to that 200.
all of this, right, you're not getting any more than one vehicle parked right there.
Right there in the corner.
In the corner. So, and no parties on the
Well,
creek.
another option is, as we discussed, over time, we don't know whether it be next year or next 50 years, majority of what's out there right now is going to be in the drink.
Right.
So the gravel roadway, even though it's a private lane going back there, just a mere means of access to the property, keeping it at 60 feet, that's in road right of way. So that would give Mr. Bruce an option to come in that way, you know, if that bank would eventually erode away. So there's just something else to look at.
But he stated he has no intentions of driving back here to Mr. Daly's residence, so he's okay with all of that being vacated. It also allows, you know, not legal public access on his property.
And then I'm gonna put a new driveway in.
To
The house.
It's within public road right of way. I mean,
But it won't be if it's done away with.
correct. Correct. I mean, if it's done away with and vacated, then you know, that driveway's on your property.
That's right.
Vacation, just so we're all aware, if we elect to vacate this, you know, the center line of the road is the boundary line. So upon vacation, Mr. Daly gets everything west.
Right.
He'll own it in feet. And Mr. Bruce will get everything east. So essentially, 30-foot strip on each side of that boundary.
And you know, he said he was gonna build a place to cut.
Now, realistically, he could, actually probably pull 2 cars in there if, with the 30 feet, he can pull two vehicles in there, because some of that creek bank, you could pull a car into there, so he could get 2 cars in there.
Yeah.
But if he pulled 2 in, then all of a sudden you just decide you want to go in just to be ornery. He's got to move right away.
What are you saying?
Huh? I'm just, it's a tricky little thing, because I know my office doesn't want it. It's going to be expensive to maintain. There's a liability to keeping it. If somebody went back there and
You're going to put a new road from your park back.
right, and then there's a liability there.
Somebody fall off that bank, we'd definitely be in trouble. We don't have the money to pay for that. Drive pylons, you got some ideas?
We'll pay for liability insurance, that's fine.
Well, I mean, truthfully,
We will.
I guess.
Sounds like you got a good neighbor there. I mean.
See what I'm saying?
He's a good neighbor.
He's just saying he wants this one spot.
Well, I think the bottom line is, was a dump truck back there, a bus, or a motorcycle. What we're looking at is Mr. Daly's scenario and Mr. Bruce's scenario. So, take it from there.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, whatever tax 60 days on to, it didn't say working days, it says 60 days. On to August 11th, you've got to that day to make a decision, or it automatically gets vacated.
Yeah, the only, we're dealing with half a right of way. I mean, it's only 30 feet we're dealing with, because the other 30 feet's already at the bottom of the cliff.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Bruce is banking on having that 30 feet to park cars in halfway back. How much longer is that gonna be there?
Good question.
Right.
But at least he can utilize it now. Again, that may be in the drink next year, and like I say, 50 years from now. So.
Like I said, then where's my driveway gonna be?
Yeah.
I got to put all expense up.
Well, how about if we just have you guys go back to Mr. Bruce and see if the alternative is satisfactory or not? Is that where we need to go now?
We have, again, in a very cordial way, I think he's adamant about not vacating that in its entirety.
Well, we proposed that to him before we came here today.
Ernie, we've been around a long time, maybe too long, but.
That's you talking.
But, for you too, Jim, and Jack.
Thanks a lot.
And Scott.
The only one he's not talking
Wrong
about.
seat.
They got a couple young bucks in there.
Jason,
We'll be there now.
So,
You're not to leave.
like it or not, George will probably tell you there's cars parked in the right of way all over this county. And the only time we complain is if we think we're making a move, get a hold of George and make a move, and if we think it's a public safety issue. Now, I don't know if Scott wouldn't like to hear this, but probably if somebody parked in front of that lot that has 60 feet of right of way, where it says Jason Daly, right there.
Can you scroll up a little bit?
And I don't know how, Bruce looks to be a sportsman to me, like he's not the guy that's gonna bring a bunch of people.
Could you
down
scroll
there
up a little
to
bit?
have a party.
I don't think it's an issue.
No,
I didn't know, sir.
I think so.
There you go.
If
Now we go.
I guess, I don't see side of the township complaining if once or twice a year, he brought a buddy with him to fish, and they parked down there along the, adjacent to the roadway. But you might.
Well, the only problem, the township hasn't taken care of it. So that's the first issue. So that, legally, that needs to go by.
right? Secondly, if he comes down with a buddy and wants to fish for it, I'm not gonna say a word, okay? But you give him 209 feet.
No, I'm not talking about there, I'm talking about in front of the east-west part
Oh,
of
no,
Vandermark.
if you do what we're saying to do, he's got room to park right there. Okay, you don't need to be parked
Where the
towards
stairs,
the
where the
house.
steps are.
Yeah.
Steps.
You know, that's where it needs to be.
No, I'm talking about if, say he comes down, he pulls right in here by the steps.
Yeah.
And a buddy of his pulls in right here.
Yeah, no, that's no big deal, I'm not being a jerk here. Okay, I'm saying it shouldn't be there anyway because of 21 years, so it shouldn't even be an issue at all. Okay, now they've surveyed it, we're cutting the deal anyway, and he's got room to park.
Because you're talking, Charlie, off of Vandermark Lane, off the side, like where
Well,
these guys had parked,
no,
we
we
came
parked.
out just now, yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think that's a public safety issue that the township can get real alarmed about. Now, if he left it there and started camping in it,
Yeah, that is an issue, right, but there again, I mean, it's not that hard. It's not this hard, guys.
Yeah. With that being said, to reiterate, this whole thing's been handled in a very civil way. But you have to think worst case scenario, because, I mean, Bruce could sell that property to a guy that's not very civil.
Exactly right.
So, and
And then I've got
those
tent
considerations,
set up all down there, you know.
those are the things you have to consider.
That's one of them, whatever everybody needs to do. There's a bunch of reasons to vacate the land. It should have been done years ago.
Yeah.
Well, again, bringing up another means of resolve.
don't touch it.
Instead of coming back here and splitting that, if we come up in here, where there's plenty of room to get in, and he could park there, just minimize the amount going from this point to there instead of all the way to 209 or half of that.
There again, my driveway.
Well, yeah, that is, I'd say that was probably Allen Cliff Road at one time.
I think we're going over, but that's just me.
So look how close that is, at least in that area. You know.
We actually,
And we got,
in order to put this back, we referenced the aerial photo from 1938 that shows the difference between where Vandermark Road is today and where Old Allen Cliff Road was. There's a gap there.
and 38, yeah.
Yeah.
And keep this in mind, that you have the option of vacating all other or portion. Revised code speaks to that. You can play Solomon.
I could run that last scenario by the client and see if he'd be comfortable with that.
But we
That's
can.
contingent upon Mr. Daly.
Yeah, Mr. Daly's not. That's what he stated.
Yeah,
Where
just
I
like
set that lath out there, that was 100 foot along that.
Yeah, where we had it marked out there at the end, I thought everybody was kind of agreeing on it. I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
Well,
that
it is.
that's
Not
extending.
going back here and take the driveway and everything else. So I'm not okay with that.
Okay. And you know where our client's coming from. Okay. So
Just limitations to his
We will
property.
take both under advisement and give you,
Yeah, let us know what
we got
he
till,
says.
before you pull the trigger, you'll allow me to get back to the client and see what your recommendation is.
because if it came to us August 11th, we have September 11th.
October 11th.
Yeah.
Is that 30 days? I mean, 60 days?
Yeah.
We got to October.
August 11th, yeah.
And what would be the, if he is uncomfortable with your decision, where can he go from there? Or is it a done deal?
I think it's a done deal.
Court, there's always court.
Yeah, there's always court.
Okay. Again, there's always court.
Yeah.
That's fine with us.
We want a
Anybody
win-win
wants to
out
go
of this.
there.
Make it private.
We want a win-win out of this.
Yeah.
We can get
Right.
Precisely. We're here to keep things simple and as painless as possible.
Yeah, because if it goes to court, it's going to be probably 2 to 3 years down the road and a lot of money.
Very expensive.
Gotta
Nobody
look-
wins that way.
My Denny's already sold the land again to somebody else.
In this business, as most, you gotta look at the worst case scenario. Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Any questions?
Nope, we'll wait to see what you find.
Okay.
Just get back with us if I know what he says, if he's going with.
Our client is fast. He's dug in. He wants half of that. Oh,
That's, yeah, we just had a conversation with him on the way here. He wants half of that left unvacated.
probably 209 feet and some change. So I guess we'll be waiting on your final judgment.
Okay. But do you guys agree though that he's not being landlocked?
He's not being landlocked.
I agree with that,
Yeah.
but that is what our client wants.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I respect that. No, that's fine.
Yeah. Or you would heard something from us about whether or not he's landlocked.
You might as well come and take it off. That's what I'm saying. Legally, it is what it is.
Yeah, right
He
now.
surveyed it, so how's he coming up there to take more? I don't get it.
Well, the last option would be, don't vacate it.
Yeah, do nothing, and then the
Don't
public
make it.
has access over all of that.
Yeah, then everybody has, I can go down there and go fishing.
Well,
Now everybody says that. That's a lose-lose.
We don't want to call Greg. Or float down the creek, you can get us on the water.
So I guess that's the third option.
And no one comes back there, right? Anybody come back there?
Where? The lane?
Late at night.
Yeah, they do.
Do that?
I believe our cams to show it.
Yeah.
That would be some pretty scary traveling at night.
Yeah, well, not if you're intoxicated.
Yeah, but they're you.
What people use it for.
Okay.
You may end up in a creek if you go too far.
Are we good?
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn the formal session of the county commissioners for today.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Take care. Take care.
Nice meeting you.
Hey, nice meeting you. See you later.
Take care. Thank you. Thank you. Same here.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.